Hey there, people. Glad to have you in the co-working space today. Dr. William Clark here, and I'm here to co-work with you today. Today, I'm going to be focusing on preparing customer work products. This does have a wide range for me, but today, we're going to work on preparing some of those work products, getting them ready for our customers so we can deliver early on a few items and prepare other items as they get ready to come online. We have some products that are ready for review from our graphics team that I have to take a look at and review and approve. So that's coming up. Once they are approved, then we'll publish them to our site so that our customer can then access them, retrieve them, and then we can move on to other components for our customers, as well as other projects I have to upload for our graphics team. And so that's on the docket today. In addition to that, what else do we got? So meeting up with a project partner, going over some activities that I have going on for the church, making a decision on a potential business opportunity that's been offered to me, and deciding whether or not to actually pursue it or to table it. Just based upon fit, right, and based upon timing. And sometimes great opportunities present themselves, and you may have been asking for. In fact, you may have been praying for some of these opportunities to come your way, and they finally do. And when they do, part of the question you got to ask yourself is it a fit for me? Is it a fit for our business? Is it a fit for right now? Should we table this because of whatever reason? Sometimes you have the money. Sometimes you have the resources to pull the trigger, but there may be an unsettling in your mind or in your heart about whether you should pursue this thing or not. And I gotta tell you, those feelings of not feeling settled and not feeling confident about something is something to pay attention to. So scripture teaches us that our yes should be yes and our no should be no. It's that in between phase that can create such chaos for us and ultimately for others who are depending upon us to make some decisions or to come through or to just decide what we're going to do. And that pause you feel inside of you is legitimate. Now, you do have to have years of experience. I would say also mentorship to help you determine if that's just fear messing with you or if it's something legitimate that you need to evaluate to determine if this is a fit for you or not, or should you pause on this or just completely avoid this thing altogether. I've been doing business for quite some time, and I'm in this constant learning mode. Uh, One thing I have learned is the power of my yes and my no. There have been times I said yes to opportunities that have been pretty standard for us, nothing out of the ordinary. But sometimes the yes that is typically given should be a no, because of timing, because of season, because of moments, because of lack of resources, staff, tools, systems, processes, etc. I mean, it can sound good in the moment and you can say, well, this will tie me over to do X. The problem is if you're not prepared to execute on it today, and you have to get ready to actually properly manage resources, those monies, those contracts, that's a problem. Because ultimately, undoubtedly, without fail, life ends up happening and it ends up getting in the way of your best plans. And if you're not prepared to execute on the yes now, don't do it. Just something to consider. Now, you may be prepared to execute on the yes now, and you're purposely delaying it for a delayed start. Different scenario, because your yes now and your capacity to do it now is based upon tools, systems, people, money, etc. But you may purposely say, you know what, I want to actually do this first and do that because of this and this reason, not because my lack of a capacity. If you don't have true capacity, you really might want to consider saying no, or let's revisit this down the road because I'm not prepared to do it right now. And it's okay. And it's not an opportunity loss. It's just you being honest, open, upfront with yourself first, and then with the others who are relying upon you. So those are the things we're going to be working on. Per usual, during our co-working station, we will pause in between time to reflect on certain things that we're going through and learning and working on. My objective is to inspire you and to encourage you to be here as a voice of thought, so that you're not feeling like you're doing this by yourself. For some of you, you're building your very first business. You're building your very first nonprofit. You are responding to a passion or a heart's call to do something. And you obviously may have read some books, or listened to some podcasts, talked to some friends. One thing that you may not have is somebody in the trenches with you, working with you. And so this space, the Co-Work With Me space, is designed to say, I'm here with you. Ask your question. Let's go. Let's respond to these challenges together. Create your own community of entrepreneurs, creators, etc., who are in the process of building, so that we all can build together. And so you're not in this alone. I've had the fortune of not building my business alone, but I've also remembered those days when it was just me, and I just wished I knew there was someone I can talk to who understood what I was getting ready to go through and what I am going through. And so this space can provide that, and we've accomplished our goals. So leave your comments in the chat. For those nonprofits who are launching businesses, launching new programs, you need to talk about your capacity building efforts, specifically through strategic planning and grant writing or fundraising. Give me a shout and visit me at drwilliampclark.com. Again, it's drwilliampclark.com. With that being said, y'all, let's get to work. See y'all on the other side. right, family. Hope all is well. How are you making out? I just got finished going through emails, and one of the things I do want to share with you, um, some productivity hacks. So I have an assistant, executive assistant that works for me, and who reviews all of my um, emails and whatnot. And one of the things that we've done to increase productivity is she manages my email inbox. And the truth be told, this has taken me so long to get to this point. And I'm thankful and proud of where we are, because it's taken forever, and it's been on me to let go of that. But I already had folders set up for everything that comes in, and it was organized accordingly. So that helped, but that was prior to her taking over the emails. And for some of you, doing folders or categories, labels, or whatever the case may be, is like the next step for you. And so you definitely want to do that and take full advantage of those features within your email platform. Now, the next thing, or where she comes in, is that she now knows that everything is organized within a particular folder. And she knows to go through one of my favorite folders first. My favorites are focused on active clients or active topics that I'm tracking, or things of major interest to me in this moment. A folder can fall in and out of the favorites depending on if a new customer comes online, or if a customer project has been completed and that folder is no longer active. So we're not really checking for communications with that particular former client, but we do monitor it, just not as frequently. And so she'll review the favorite folders, and then she'll go through, and then my main inbox, and she'll go through every email that's new on red. And if it meets certain categories where it requires a response from me, she will tag it for me, and the tagging then goes to a special place in my email inbox, where I then have to review it and give a response. And so I've given her the parameters of things that need my response, any and all things from active clients that I need to respond to. But clients don't email, particularly as you serve your major clients. They don't email, communicate as often as others might. So when they send an email, it's probably part of a chain of emails or ongoing of existing communication, etc. So we definitely want to be on top of those. New opportunities outside of our lead generation system. There may be some word of mouth referrals. Thought of you, thought this might be a good fit. Check it out. Put those in the review box for me. Things that are happening in my business, like the managing of the business, or things in my personal life. Put that in the review box. And if there's something of interest that fits into these categories that may not be like major, but just feel like, you know what, you need to check this out, then go ahead, put it in the review box. And all those things she does. And so now that those things are centralized and put in a place for me to do my review, then I go to that inbox. And here's where I think I can contribute to a productivity hack for some of you. I turn on Loom, which is what you all were looking at just before. And I was recording a video, screen with my screen being recorded. So Loom is a platform where it records you and your screen at the same time. And I go through every email that she has set aside for me, and I provide a verbal response. It's faster for me. It's faster for me to do that verbal response with feedback, so that she can hear my thoughts, my inflections. Sometimes I'm processing through things. Sometimes I give her an exact response to submit. Sometimes I'm directing her to email from her inbox and not from mine. There are some things in the inbox that she need my opinion on or thoughts on. And it's not an email response. It's a, hey, well, this is how we should respond to this. Here's the follow task for this. Add this to Sana, which is our project management platform. Reach out to this person to do this. There was something in the inbox today relative to a business opportunity that we're exploring. And we got back terms that are favorable. We've been dragging our feet to just really vet this. And the terms make sense. And they may fit within our portfolio in a way that is sustainable for the business and helpful for the business. And with that being said, gave her directions. Follow up in this email to respond to this person. Offer these terms. Follow up with our bookkeeper to make sure this is ready. Follow up with our business partner to make sure that they're ready. And follow up on this to make sure we're ready, right? Because when I say yes, I want to make sure all ducks are lined up. I don't want to get ready. This is what we open the stream up with. I don't want to get ready after we got all the yeses. Now everybody else is ready to go. But here we are, not ready for the things that we have to do. It's a totally different game. So if we're ready, financially ready, capacity ready, partnership ready, location ready, opportunity ready, then let's pull the trigger. So that's what happened with the email. And while I could type out my responses and send the emails myself, again, and I'm a pretty okay typer, the thought process that goes into sending certain emails with a certain tone, with a certain message, it takes a while sometimes. And my assistant has learned my tone. And in cases where she doesn't know my tone or my preferences, I tell her what I would say. And I can say what the email should say in 15 to 20 seconds, but it would take me 3 to 5 minutes to really frame it out appropriately. And in other cases, she's responding through her email and CC me. So clearly it's in her tone on behalf of the team, which works out for our clients because my executive assistant is looped into all our projects. And so she's not a stranger. So these are the things to think about, particularly as you start to think about, well, I want a VA, need a VA. How do I use them? How do I leverage them? Lessons learned over the years. Give clear directions. And then 2, continue to give clear directions. And then 3, rinse and repeat. Never stop giving clear directions. The most effective way to do that, I have found, is through video recording. I've done video recording, audio recordings. I would transcribe details, right? And you can certainly use items like ChatGPT or Otter, etc. And I've used those in the past. Chat, not so much, because by the time Chat came online, I was figuring out my system, but I was using Otter. And Otter was fine because it transcribes and records, but it doesn't show the screen. And so Loom is like the best platform because she gets to see me and my screen. She gets to hear me as well. Loom also, it does transcription. It does an SOP. It does everything in one. And you want to be seen. You want the facial expression seen. You want the energy felt, because my assistant knows if I respond this way, then she knows this. Or I respond that way, then she knows that. If I say this, she knows exactly what I'm saying. And if she can't make out what I'm saying or needs to process it a couple times, 1, she can rewind the video. 2, she can read the transcript. Right. And so she's covered, like, in multiple ways. What did he say I need to do? Or what was the name of that email? And she sees the email, the location, the person, the whole 9, and gets to follow up. So you want to be able to have those systems in place that can cover you in your process of communicating. Continuously communicate, never stop communicating. And this helps you get better at staying on the same page and navigating through the challenges of the day so that you can be productive. In the chat, let me know, what tools are you using to communicate with your team, your virtual team? If you don't have one yet, then start to look at some tools that can be helpful. I've given you a few. Well, the main one I recommend would be Loom or something like it. You can certainly use Zoom. But Loom is designed for this purpose. And Zoom, we use that mainly for communication. So, yeah. What platforms would you use, or are you using, or are you thinking about using to communicate with your team? right, family, what's going on? So I hope that this co-working session is going well for you. So there's a lot that we were able to get done. Got out those six work products to our customer, and we're on schedule with our projects. Something that we can talk about that too. So something that to keep in mind as you think about managing work for your customers and serving multiple customers. It is so vital to be on top of the schedule, because essentially what you're hired to do, whether you're a consultant like I am, or whether you're running a business that interfaces with a bunch of individuals, or whether you're selling a product and you have to deliver a set product or service, it's so vital to have all of your ducks lined up as much as possible. And this means that you have to be excellent at managing time and resources. So in order to do that, you have to have a platform in place that allows you and empowers you to do that. If you don't have a platform in place that is effective in helping you be on time, on schedule, on budget as much as possible, if not all the time, then you should look at one. Here we use Asana. There are other platforms that can be used. And so I encourage you to look at options that are out there in the market that can fit your needs and that flows with your workflow and that makes sense for you. And for us, I have always personally valued time because time is a huge opportunity creator, at least for me, personally and professionally, to stay on top of as much as possible. And if my time is managed well, then this means that we can increase the speed with which we can pursue opportunities and complete work product for our customers. This allows us to create the space and the buffer to deal with emergencies. Emergencies happen all the time where there's a product that or project that goes off the rails. There are internal challenges that pop up, system challenges that pop up, and new opportunities that pop up that, hey, take it or leave it. Can you handle it? Can you take it on? And so your ability to be responsive to all the things that will pop up in the workday and for your business really is incumbent upon your time management skills and your ability to be on schedule. Now, for me, when I say I'm on schedule, I literally mean I'm ahead of schedule. And we create these buffers in our schedule to accommodate for what ifs and challenges and changes that undoubtedly would take place. And if everything goes as planned, we're done way ahead of the time frame we've committed to. If things do not go as planned, then this simply means we're going to be on time and meet the deadline that we've committed to. We've rarely had situations where we've gone over budget or gone over schedule rather. And in those cases, we do our best to work with our customers to adjust the expectations in the timeline. But it really does matter that we are on time, on schedule, because our customers are depending upon us. They're relying upon us to do our job, because then they're able to navigate to the next phase of their work based upon what we've produced, what we've created, and what we've delivered. So time management is so key. And so this allows you to plan better, to function better, etc. My daughter, I was doing her podcast yesterday, and she asked me, she's 8, and she asked me, well, she essentially said, Dad, you don't take the weekends off because Sundays, it's full work day, pastoring, preaching, the whole nine. And she said, well, Saturdays, you don't take off either. And I said, well, Saturdays I reserve for family time to do family stuff. And so sometimes that has me ripping and running, right? But then I shared something with her. And I said, really, I don't view Saturday as a day of rest or a day off. I believe in the siesta model. And the siesta model says if you work for blocks of time throughout any given day, throughout the week, you ought to also take off blocks of time to rest and recover. So most people here in the U.S., their work schedule, kind of focuses on working, half hour, 45-minute lunch, if that, and then working, and then you're off the clock. And years ago, I learned that doesn't work for me. It's highly ineffective. But if you are, especially depending on when you log in and start working, and again, this goes back to time management. If you're working and you're grinding, you start the day 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, you go all the way through, let's say 12 o'clock. You've gotten in, depending on when you started, 5 to 6 hours, right? And your ability to recognize productivity and to utilize the system and systems that you have to be productive can make a significant difference. So you take a break at 12, and you take a couple hours off to just recover, right? To rest, to think, to read. Now, it doesn't mean you're doing nothing, because rest isn't defined as sitting back, relaxing, and napping. For some people, it is. For others, it can include reading, catching up on new information, education, self-development. It could include just thinking time throughout that moment, right? So you might not touch the computer for a couple hours, but you may just be in thought, taking a walk and thinking, right? And all these things are very real opportunities for you as you think about how to rest throughout the day. So if you don't have downtime throughout the day, then what you're doing is creating a ticking time bomb within yourself where you're going to eventually crash. So it's this siesta model. This doesn't happen on Mondays and Fridays. It happens every day of the week, where we grind and we take moments of rest where we're recuperating the body and the mind and the spirit, if you will. Some people, they pray. Some people, they read, and some people, they do all types of stuff to recover. But at the end of the day, you have to find your method of recovery and your method of reset so that you can be whole and in the best position to serve your customers and to meet their needs. But it all begins with time management. It all begins with tools to help you manage time. For us, Asana, the calendar, the to-do list, and other mechanisms that helps us stay focused. In the chat, let's talk about it. What do you use to stay focused? What do you use to stay on time? What do you use to stay in position where you're ready and where you're able to be responsive to opportunities, respond to emergencies, or to make adjustments as needed? Let's talk about it in the chat. All right, y'all. So I wanted to gonna start to wind down the live stream here. But I want to kind of walk through something that I'm working on. Just working on a lead response RFP proposal to a client, and I figured that I'll talk through this with you all. Some of you, this won't be relevant because you don't really utilize RFPs to respond to opportunities. It's okay. However, we all, if you're in business and you're listening to this, whether you're pursuing grants, partnerships, sponsorships, RFPs, contracts, etc., it's kind of a similar process of just thinking about the customer, responding to the customer, and being in the loop in all that has to be done. All right. So right now I'm adding this opportunity to our system. So we can track, the work that we do and what happens with it, whether we actually are going to submit something or not. Just because I'm going through this process does not mean that I will be submitting something. That is not always the case. All right. So now, if you're not utilizing AI, I want to encourage you to figure out how to incorporate it into your workflow. So for us, we utilize AI to read through RFPs rather quickly because we know that there's basic information every RFP has that we're looking for. So some information may include who's the client, name of the project, key contacts, scope of the project, the budget, the start date, end date, the due date of when the proposal is due. Where do I send it? How do I send it? If I email it, do I submit it to a subject? If there's a particular subject required, what attachments are needed, language that I need to stay away from or include, etc., etc. And depending on the type of stuff you're responding to, there may be other specifications that you need to be thoughtful of, particularly if you're responding to government RFPs and what their obligations are. Something that some people think about too, and I'm not going to dive into this because I really don't have a view on this other than just get it done, is what insurances you must have. So at some point, if you're starting your business, starting your nonprofit, you may be required to have certain type of insurances, liability insurances, business insurances, errors and omissions insurances, and those insurances do add up over time. But the basic business liability insurance, for those of you that are starting out, one of the easiest places to search and find liability insurances is with your current auto provider, your auto insurance provider. So instead of looking high and low, start with what you have already. A lot of that information, a lot of those resources can be there for you or up front. So let's go ahead and continue to add this opportunity to our database. Just filling in a contact person here. We haven't done the best job of not staying in contact, but kind of reaching out to project contacts, because here's the thing, like not every project contact is created equal. Some people are just receiving the proposal. They don't make decisions. Some just categorize them, organize them, etc., etc. Some people who are the project contact are indeed senior leaders and decision makers. But while we do, I think, a good job of like making initial contacts and a proposal, etc., something that I'm really interested in is figuring out how to engage folks, whether they hire us or not, in our thoughts, in our future projects, in future products that we're releasing. And so how do we do that? And one of the things that I desire to get better at is something relative to communication, not necessarily like a newsletter, but something like it. Whether it's a blog or something like that, but whatever it is, like something that's thoughtful of, hey, here's what I'm thinking about this topic. Want to send this to you, just let you know that I'm thinking about it, thought you'd be interested in it. And if you want to talk about it, give me a call. So that's something that's on our to-do list of things to get better at. And this is what we're looking to accomplish. This is what we're looking to accomplish. So, all right, this is there. All right. So just log in all the checklist items that would normally be done by another team member who's out of the office this week, but I'm doing it. And so I've created a bunch of automations that kind of walks each person who can touch this walks each person who touches this process through a set of things that have to get done. So it's my mind and my expectations through automation. And because of the team does such a good job on these things, they move through it much faster than I do. And shout out to them because that means that they've mastered the process. They've taken what was in my mind and they have done a better job than I could. And this leads to another comment, right? About making sure when you hire people who are smarter than you. Smarter than you doesn't mean that they can, figure out rocket science, and you can't, but they're smarter than you in specific areas because they've mastered your process and do it better than you, faster than you, or they've improved the process, or they've contributed to the process, thought about things that you haven't thought about, etc. So, you need people who are smarter than you. All right, so there's no specific budget. And so sometimes clients do not list a budget, and then this is where you got to use your best guess based upon experiences. So sometimes I try to back into it by getting a sense of the start and end date. We don't have that. Let's see if we have an end date. All right, so there is no end date in mind. So in this case, we're going to use our best judgment and a mid-tier assessment in terms of what we anticipate as the average amount of time needed to complete this particular project. Because this project does fall within our wheelhouse, we've done these projects before, we can kind of guess of a solid guess of how long this will take. But before I make that guess, I'm going to just make sure I understand the scope of work. While I'm doing that, I'm also going to pull up one of our systems here, actually two of our systems. We utilize systems such as JotForm to structure information and to calculate information and produce information. So, for example, because we're going to be working with a particular budget based on a 6-month engagement, then that means that we're going to put 6 months into the queue and it will then calculate it. There we go. There's the budget. But while the budget is there, I'm not sure if that's appropriate. Just want to make sure the scope of work makes sense, because sometimes the scope of work is so intense that the budget needs a premium on top of it because of the work, the resources, the people involved. Okay. And then also too, sometimes we lower the budget because, we think, all right, based upon what has to get done, we probably don't need to charge that much, but we can lower this for the customer. So right now I'm going to stick with what the calculation produced, and we'll see where it goes. I also try to produce even numbers when I'm giving out pricing, particularly as we give out line by line pricing. But this particular proposal, this will not be kind of a quick in and out thing. There will have to be attachments completed. Those tend to take more time. So right now, we got our budget. I'm logging into our RFP development system. We utilize Proposify. You'll notice that throughout the stream and the streams that we submitted in our normal podcast recordings, that we talk about the systems we use. And we utilize these systems, these tools, these apps because they are helpful in getting the job done. We use Proposify because it does speed up the process for us. It systematizes a lot of things that would be a lot more manual and a lot more tedious. But yeah, so it helps us speed up that process. So it's asking for the project name. Okay. Just asking for the client because it's a new potential customer. We're going to go back to our original search and put that information in there. I'm just going to ask for the name of the organization, who's the customer. Fill that in, hit save. Then we're going to hit the next button, and it's going to populate our existing framework and include all the relevant information that's needed. Going to refine this by taking out information that does not need to be here. Sometimes, a lot of times, we have more information than necessary, and that's okay. Because sometimes you just never know if you need to incorporate it. So we have that. Let me go back to the scope here and say, okay. Yeah, I think we're solid here, and I'm going to make that third here. All right. So we have our method of doing business. All right. So we let customers know that, hey, by working with us, you get, access to our methodology, our systems, our processes. They're designed for us to do what we hope is a great job for you, but they're also designed to serve the needs of the customer. And yeah, so we do our best to communicate that. Okay, just tweaking this. All right. Project team is all set. Okay, let's go ahead and develop our scope. So we're going to go, actually, let me just put the budget in here since I have it in front of me. Let's put our budget here in the system. And we're going to go for even numbers. Keep it consistent, easy for the customer to read and understand. But this particular customer, we're going to have to format this into a spreadsheet that they've provided. So some of this information is going to have to be broken down even further. But we're going to go ahead and put everything in to the proposal format that we use. And then we'll break it down for the customer as within their format. So it's smooth sailing for them, which is all that matters, right? While I'm here, let's go ahead and update the timeline. Again, we don't know what that timeline will be, but we're going to use our best judgment. And we're going to go from there. Okay. We're going to go ahead and update our references. All right. And now let's go ahead and update the scope. Let's go back to our system. So the system we've created it asks specific information from the RFP that has to be filled out. And so the team member who completes this, they don't have to think about it. They just follow the prompts here that we've created. I've been doing this for quite some time where I've created these prompts. I've created these prompts where people, if they follow the process, it gets them to the finish line much, much, much faster. And it takes the stress out of trying to figure out how to do a thing, particularly if this is not your wheelhouse or your background or expertise. It's okay. And so we've done this for quite some time. And so now, for folks that just follow the system, they'll get it done. And so now everything's processing. And it's producing the results we're looking for. Okay. So as we finish up the processing here, we're going to transpose this over to our RFP system so that it's in the final form. We'll do a quick read and review of the information, and we'll make final tweaks. Then we'll go into the process of completing the actual forms for the customer, because some of what they ask will come from the platform or the PDF we're going to download for them. So we'll likely just split that up. The thing about utilizing the system is you gotta know how your system works. So Proposify has kind of this quirky thing that it does with formatting, and it's not the most. It's not hard. It's just tedious, and it makes it harder than it needs to be because it's not as smooth. But it's okay. Okay. All right. You're almost there. Doing some editing. We have Grammarly running in the background for us to identify any major red flags. Generally speaking, We don't accept all that Grammarly does. We don't accept all of what any of these system does because there's a communication method that we want to utilize to communicate to our customer. So, not all things are necessary. All right. Okay. That was the missing piece. All right. So this is done. So let's head on back to see what the customer needs us to complete. Let's take a look at those files. So I know there's 3 of them. Let's see here. Do we have them? Okay. Let's go back here. Let's do this one first. All right. They provide instructions. Essentially, don't change the structure. Don't save in a different format. Everything in this particular system that they've created has been set accordingly. All right, so they want to know the full cost of this. So we're going to go back to the budget we set. So when we set our budget, again, it was based upon what we know so far. And so let me update that so that it's pretty clear. So this is the tough part because we're filling in information into their system and we're hoping that it makes sense. Okay, let's go to it. So they're saying refer to this particular attachment to get more information. Let's try to find it. Okay, so let's start there. Zoom in. Okay. So then this. Okay. This is okay. Okay. Now, when we do bidding, we do try to always have an all-inclusive budget for our time, so we're not nickel and diming the client. That it just doesn't work. Just so you know, it just doesn't work, and need to be thoughtful of that. As you're putting together your proposal. All right, there you go. Okay. Just looked at travel options, so that's fine. So this is SBH9. They want a numerical value. Okay. So we're going to save this. I think we're all set here. Now we're going to do the second attachment. Let's go back to the client page and let's go ahead and download this. Same directions, don't change anything. All right. So staff name and title. So all this is in the written proposal. But so the interesting thing is they want staff name and title, but they don't say where to put it. So and where you could put it is protected. And then there's a column for certifications. I'll probably put name and certs there. All right, so You can't change that one either? Huh. So you put it in additional responses. Okay, so guess item 1 would be that's the same information as before. So you really can't put any person's information here. Wow. This is the tough part about when you submit these, when you have to respond to the needs of the customer and the tools that they're utilizing. And sometimes you just go with what you have. Sorry, so let's go back to who's on the team here. Okay, and then we're just going to change those to bid. I mean, this is simple, but not simple because you can't edit a bunch of stuff. Can't change that. Can't change that because then it's wrong. Protect it. Yep. Protect it. Yep. Protect it. So, roll the punches. Client, they know what they're looking for. They've developed a system to search it out quickly and efficiently. Roll with it, man. And some people, they complain to their client and they have all types of issues that they raise to the client, which sometimes is valid. But that can be tough, man. You know, and again, the client knows what they're looking for. So now they have a travel cost. Yep. So this is, and I love what they did this. They want travel cost, airfare, round trip per flight. They're only going to reimburse for coach. And if you ever read, like if you're a consultant at Alan Weiss's books around pricing for value, etc., typically, and he talks about this, the client will pay for coach. If you want to fly above coach for whatever reason, you cover that cost out of your pocket, right? But I'm glad they said that clearly. Then they need a per diem daily rate, rental car per day, mid-size rate only. Okay, so let's do it. You know, and for some of this stuff, like I'm not sure how, it's like for us when we say all inclusive, this means all inclusive, and for some people they so, and this is interesting, right? Because again, for this particular spreadsheet, they want a cost for airfare and per diem rate, which is your nightly hotel rate, and as well as meals, and then rental car. In our proposal, we say all inclusive. And the reminder for you, at least for me in this example, is we're not bidding on that because the price is all inclusive. Some people will separate how much it costs to do the work, and then hotel and car and food and this and that. And it's like, sure, you can do that, but I want simple pricing for the client. Let's see how far it is from the airport to the client location. Because for us, right, if we fly down there, depending on how long it takes to get there, we may not want a rental car. Like, so for example, in this particular situation, if this is correct, the airport is 14 minutes from the client. The car is not necessary. And you got to think too, I don't know, for those of you who are watching this, when you land and after you travel, the last thing you want to do is drive, right? And I've been through those situations early in my career. I had enough energy to fly, drive, and do all that stuff and head over to a client meeting. But I was also junior in my career, and I didn't have cognitive responsibilities that I have now. I value the opportunity to sit and think and to decompress. Flying it won't be a non-stop flight, so connecting flights from where I am to the client site. I value a good old Uber or a Lyft ride, so I don't got to think about parking. I don't got to think about this. And if we, land the opportunity, we'll likely seek to stay near the client site. If it's in walking distance, depending on where they're located, so really quick. I don't see any immediately. Let's do a quick search. There's one 3 minutes away, right across the way, and you walk across the walkway there, and boom, there it is, hotels. And yeah, I would much rather, because it's convenient and we'll be able to stay in close proximity. In fact, in some cases, you may be able to spend time with the client outside of the project, and some information you get will be much more helpful when you're having dinner or meeting up for breakfast with the client, just to check in and say, hey, tell me more about this. We talked about this. We'd love to learn more about your thoughts here. So being in close proximity really, really helps. So we're not going to bid on the per diem. We're good. All right. So because we're not doing that, then let's go ahead over and prepare the submission. And this is where I think we're going to have to break up our proposed PDFs. So let's upload the fee sheet, which we did. Let's upload staffing pricing, which we did. And let's upload travel costs, which we did not complete, but it is what it is, which we did. They want exceptions listed, and I'm just going to write no exceptions, and they want me to upload a file there. And we'll go ahead and download our logo, put it on top of that, keep that super simple. Save this as a PDF. All right, and we're going to go back to the submission platform. Okay, so let me go ahead and download the RFP we've created. Um, just mark this as sent first, because the client won't be accessing our system to view this proposal. So we still need to track that it's been sent. And so we turn that feature on. We go back to this, and we're going to go ahead and download this. And we're going to have to break up these pages, but it's okay. Go back to the PDF here. They're asking for stuff. Okay, I know I gotta fill it out. Okay, all right, so that stuff, when they say that, got it. Okay. And so the interesting thing is a lot of these things are in my proposal that they're looking for, but they want it separately, and it is what it is. So we're going to get it done. Before I even break this up, let's see if they have a form they want us to fill out for that. All right, nope. All right, great. So we're going to find relevant docs and go ahead and export these things. So they asked for, and I'll let you know these things. If you're looking to put together a standard RFP proposal, we'll probably do another stream about that. But they asked for 4 key evaluation criteria: your staffing qualifications, relevant experiences, your approach, and your price proposal. And these are things that when I started submitting proposals, that you learn what's required, and you start to see what's necessary, what's needed. And you start to put together your information that's pretty standard, right? Those things are pretty standard. So now you when you start to have those things consolidated in one place, it starts to create this template that you will use going forward for your proposals, which simplifies the process, speeds it up, instead of you having to write these things over and over again, or leaving instead of having to write it all over again, and or trying to find where you did it last for someone else, right? It's best to have it centralized, our approach. Okay, let's go back to this. So another term for approach would be your methodology of how you get projects done. It's really a reflection of who you are, and more than one page. It's a reflection of who you are and how you like to get it done. What's your mentality? How do you guide your customers through that process? So that is your methodology, or what the customer's calling it, your approach. and response to scope of work. Okay. Let's see here. Let's make sure we get everything that they asking for. Don't want to leave anything out. All right, I think we got it now. Just the way they broke this down. I mean, if you're learning the process of responding to RFPs and how it works, like that, this template of what they're asking for is super helpful. You know what? I'm gonna redo that one because I'm gonna include the timeline here as well, because they don't specifically ask for that. Nor do they ask for references. They may in another part. Profile, firm, biography. Okay. All right. So yeah, let me just do those just to make sure we're good. And let's do timeline. References. Okay. I like that. Yep. What about I must save that for biography. Okay. So that's gonna be good. Okay. Our methodology, our scope of work, project timeline, recommendations. I like that. Okay. Okay, now they want the profile, which can be found in their RFP. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, here it is. It is 2 pages long. Then after that, they're going to want the company biography, which is the page after that. And I'll upload a biography as well. Okay, so let's just do one at a time here. So if you watched any videos on how to launch a business and what's needed, you'll know that you'll need a legal name. Hold that thought, guys. Let me just see. All right, let's get back to it. So yeah, so you should be setting up a legal entity that the correct way. You will need business address, business email, business website. Just type in the information here so I don't lose my train of thought. So this, people talk about the importance of it for credit, which is also important. But also, when you're filling out responses, people want to know that they were dealing with a real business that has a real address, real website, real email, real phone number, a real business phone number. There are all types of solutions here that you can use to make that happen. All right, so let's extract these two since they're done. Name them. Let's see. This is called profile. Okay. Let's move on to the next doc here. So remember, if you have a lot of this information documented for the customer, don't be afraid to go back to the formal proposal that you have to get information that you need, so that you can fill out their information. And it may be redundant, but it's okay. It's for the customer. And okay, so we're gonna have to mess around with the formatting just a bit. All right, so I think that's okay. We can export this. This document here.
Okay, so that's done. Right, let's get the rest of these done.
All right, y'all. So we've been at it for a while now. As you're watching this stream and you're kind of finding your place in this to be encouraged and inspired, a couple closing thoughts here. So we talked about quite a bit, and as we relates to preparing customer products. Part of preparing the customer include proposals of business to serve the customer and to meet the needs that they have. And that's what we were working on here in the back nine of this particular stream. A couple of things to remember to help you navigate through the process of submitting proposals a lot faster. It's helpful to have information centralized. Because this information can be super helpful in helping you get from here to there much faster. Otherwise, you'll be, at this for hours on end. And what you'll find is that you're doing all this work, or you have staff assigned to do all this work, and it is utterly consuming, taken away from your ability to serve your customers and to do the other things that's on your to-do list. And so as you think about this as a time management measure. Think about this as an efficiency measure. Think about this as a method of getting more done with less, without having for you to do it all. Because if you're doing all this manually, and I can tell you, I've done this myself starting out, you think you're being productive, and you're kind of being productive, but as you get better in this part of the business, working on the business and not in the business, you realize that, man, there are better ways to do this. And so certainly start to explore that. The last thing I share with you too is, as you're working on these things yourself, don't despise these small beginnings, because this means that you are learning the business that you are leading and running. And because you are doing that, this thing gives you the opportunity to train others who will come behind you to fill gaps. The more you're able to understand what's expected, what's needed, and you can systematize it and organize it, it will go better for you as you bring on your VAs and your more permanent staff who will assist you in completing the work. You'll be able to give detailed explanations and detailed SOPs and detailed descriptions and directions on what to do, because you've done it. Your expectation is for them to follow your directions, master your directions, and do it better as time goes along. So those are things to consider and to keep in mind. I'm almost done with this particular RFP. It took a lot longer than anticipated, but a lot of information that they're asking for we have, and we are well on our way. I have about 2 more sections to go. I'm going to pause here and break, and then I'm going to come back and finish up those sections But for you, while I'm not going to stream that portion of our time together, I want you to stay focused. I want you to stay on the grind. If you got to replay this live stream and start from scratch just so you can have somebody with you over a 4-hour period that we've been streaming, do what you got to do. Because one, you got to find what is inspiring to you, what's going to keep you going. Sometimes watching other people work, taking a break and seeing somebody else grinding away, seeing someone else figuring it out and talking about it real time in spurts, giving you inspirational messages, but also giving you guidance on some things that can really help you, can make a difference. Now, if you want to get a hold of me, if you're particularly a nonprofit organization looking to expand your capacity, visit me at drwilliampclark.com. Again, that's drwilliampclark.com. Go ahead and schedule your free consultation. We'll be glad to speak with you about your project and to figure out how we can support you on your journey of building capacity. Folks, this is my time. Hope you are inspired. Keep up the good work. Stay focused. Keep your head down and don't stop. The grind continues. This has been Co-Work with me with Dr. William Clark. Guys, see y'all next time.